sharing the tips, the do's and don'ts for applications for scholarships and my experience as well. As much looking forward to sharing as much as possible. Yes.
Thank you very much, Matt, and also Linet. And so to start this conversation, there are there are people who are first timers in terms of the whole scholarship thing, and some of them don't know where to start. And I would like for both of you to just tell us your thought process. When you first when you first started applying for scholarships, so that you can be able to, when you first started applying for scholarships, what motivated you? What was going through your mind? And how did you end up choosing whatever course that you've chosen? So that for those who, don't know where to begin, able to understand how you started this journey, and then we will dive into your experience in the do's and don'ts. So let's start with Linet. What motivated you to, of course, wanting to further your education? What was your thought process? What was your journey? Did anyone walk with you during that period? And how was it?
So yeah, thank you so much, Laureen, for that question. So my journey to seeking international scholarship was not something linear, I could say. So I'm from Kenya. Sorry, I didn't mention that from the beginning. So I went to KU, Kenyatta University. That's where I did my bachelor's in analytical chemistry with management. And I used to admire my professors so much. And I was also surrounded by people who are elites, I could say, or academics. And from my first year in campus, this particular lecturer, she taught me a certain unit, but she seemed so interested in working with me the academic journey. But sometimes I could run away, but then all the time, it somehow I would still find myself in her office telling her how my grades were, and then she would always be like, I don't want those C's in your transcripts, and the C's don't do good to the transcript. So basically, to cut the long story short, I found someone who was so willing to walk with me the journey, and she even saw sides of me that I didn't know I had, in that she saw a potential that I didn't know I had in the beginning. So we walked that journey, but applying for scholarship, it was never in my wildest imagination, because I wanted to finish and then probably maybe still continue in KU, like do a master's or something. So now I finish, and then the first thing that comes to mind, all that energy to go back to school is over and done. I just want to rest. So I didn't want to look for a job. I didn't want to study. I just needed resting. And at some point, my parents would be like, when are you going to look for your next job? And then I'm like, I'll go and see. But I was going while praying, I hope I don't get this, because I wanted to be very well rested. And yeah, I rested, I think 8 months or so, until I realized that I needed to do something tangible in my life. But the rest was so necessary, because again, it was during that time that I now started figuring out what I wanted to do. I'll speak from my own experience. I don't know how it is for everyone else on this call, but I felt that the curriculum that I was under, as much as I had hands on experience at some point, it was not enough. So the first step was, after graduating with honors, was to get to know what I got myself into by doing that degree. So that had to do with a lot of reading, articles, YouTube videos, and all that. And it was when I realized there was this big push for sustainability and all. And then the next thing that came to mind was now seeking a job and now applying for scholarships that are relevant, because now I felt ready. So before getting this particular scholarship I'm on the Red Scholarship. I got it in November 2023. I had applied to two more in January and May 2023, but then had gotten rejected. So it was not my first, but I had to start from first figuring out what I really wanted to. And even if I was struggling to put across my story in the previous two applications, I had an idea, but it didn't happen so deliberately or so spontaneously. Yeah, so it was up to when I was now going to make the third application that I realized that I think I needed some guidance, because for it to be different, I had to do some things differently, which is seeking more guidance and understanding what I really want to do. Yeah.
Oh, what a journey. I think, sometimes we usually think that people who have been able to ace scholarships are some sort of overly genius. They are not in our leagues. They had everything planned out, everything working out for them. But then it's really nice to hear about your journey, about how the scholarships that you tried and you rejected, and how you did not give up. You still went ahead and also decided to even get guidance. Thank you very much. What about you, Bryan? Bryan Matt. So how did that journey? How is that journey from from finishing your undergrad to continuing with your masters? What was happening in between, and why did you decide to go ahead and apply for a scholarship?
So first of all, I want to shout out to some of the people I've seen who have joined this conversation. Some of them are my mentees, and they've been a big part of my journey as from campus up to now. I think Patricia, we schooled with you. I didn't know you until you said you're from multimedia, and I was like, how comes I didn't see you? I studied in multimedia, graduated in the year 2019, and while I was in campus, I was sort of a father and a mentor. In computer science, we can all agree that Africa has not yet come to par to the world standards. Somehow, we are not yet there. In as much as Kenya is the giant in East Africa, it's still competing favorably with the other giants in Africa, Egypt, South Africa, Nigeria, and we see a lot of technological advancements in these countries, and Kenya is really trying to be at par with this. But still, there is a lack that has not yet been filled. I finished school in 2019. I got a job as a data analyst for about 3 years. It was, one of those things you really want to do because it was almost becoming big for data because I'm not allowed to speak what I did, but um, uh, I worked on a project that is currently running, and I was a big part of it. And that opened up to so many ideas because there were so many redundant processes that were being done during that process. Um, to be honest, nobody actually thinks about scholarships. Those of us who do, I think we are met by so many barriers that we stop along the way. I have always dreamed to be out of Kenya since I was about 7 years old. It didn't matter where. I used to say, I want to go to Australia. It looks like Africa somehow. And unfortunately, that became harder as time went by. What I know is along the way in your career, for those of us who joined careers before scholarships, or for those of us who are willing to advance our careers, at first, it didn't occur to me that I wanted to do anything beyond what I already knew. But then it gets to a point whereby you ask yourself, is this what I really want fully? And the next question becomes, how much can I advance it? Like, if I'm not satisfied with it, how much more can I do to actually put myself in a situation better than this? When those questions start to trickle in your mind, you basically have to now start looking for answers. And one of the answers is scholarships to advance your career by gaining more knowledge and more information in the same. This way, I do have a schoolmate also from multimedia who graduated this year from the University of Fetch. She was doing, can't remember, but something related to chemistry. She had left the year in 2022. So when I saw her posting, I asked her, "Hey, where are you?" And she was like, "I'm in Hungary." And how did you go there? And she said, "I applied through a scholarship, and this is a scholarship. The applications will be open in November." So sad part is when elections happened, most of us lost our jobs because of the change of regime, and we now, you're out of work, and then you're like, what next? And that begged the question to find something different to do because, yes, I didn't want to work in a place for quite a long time, and I wanted to do something different. And this prompted me to apply for the scholarship. That was my main motivation. And in a big way, um, I think for any person who wants to do something different than the usual, this could be an option. Yeah, I'm not saying it's the only option, but then it's also an option to change your career or gain more knowledge in something. But specifically for me, I knew doing a master's in computer science in Kenya was going to be a lie because there's nothing new that I would gain compared to worlds or places that are already far much advanced than us. And that's the reason why I applied for a scholarship for my master's. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for sharing your story as well, Matt. We really appreciate. So, Linet, you mentioned that you the current scholarship that you are in was your third one, and the first and the second one you are not able to succeed. Based on your experience, what are some of, I don't want to call them mistakes, but then what do you think were some of those mistakes that you made during your first and your second application? And also, you also mentioned that in your current scholarship, you got guidance. What type of guidance did you get along the way?
Okay. Thank you so much for that question, Laureen. So I like to see it as falling forward, like you fail, but you fail forward. So I think having the confidence to actually even apply for a scholarship in itself is rewarding. And so you've asked of what are some of the things that I did in my first and second applications that made me maybe fall forward or something and not get them actually. So I think the first thing was not applying early enough so that you don't have enough time to actually read through the call or see the call in the eye of the selector, what the selector wants from you, and get to understand the whole gist of the scholarship. What's the spirit behind that scholarship? So, starting early gives you an opportunity to think through the application process, which I would like to tell all of us that whether it's a job or a scholarship or just anything, it's in itself rewarding. Whether or not you get it, it's always so rewarding. Because for me, my experience was it was a season of my life where I had to reflect a lot about so many things relative to what I have learned in school. I mean, the average Kenyan, I would say, spends 16 years in school. That's basic education, 844. So it's very, very imperative to make sure that you're well aligned on what you did and you actually develop a deep sense of purpose. So the application process puts you in that opportunity. It gives you that opportunity and puts you in that space of having a reflection and having some time to pause and get into knowing what you really got yourself into, which I lacked in the first two applications. And then the other thing was I was not also so clear about what I really wanted. So again comes the point of the break. Because as during the earlier stages of the break is when I had started applying for those other two. But now at this point, close to my I think 6 months, sixth month in the break was when I realized what I really wanted to do. And just reading through about climate change and what it's causing and the role of chemistry in mitigating this, I discovered that I had so much that I could do to help the situation, basically. And I want to say much is relative little can be much. And for me, it's always been being faithful in the little things. So I realized that I had so much, and not doing anything about it would mean that would mean that probably like the end that we want to see when it comes to matters of industrial decarbonization, we might not be able to do that. So it came with reading widely, and then now I could have a cause to fight for in my applications. I could know how what I was fighting for, and having a ground on which I could stand. So based on conviction, which also came from like, yeah, that reflective moment. So, and then the third thing that I think did not like the third thing that I think I didn't pay too much attention to was maybe fine tuning my applications. Still goes back to the time factor and all of that, and being so vague, like being so vague in my description. You know, I'm a human and we are all human, and I've learned that over time I like when people are specific. Like I like details basically, and I imagine every selector wants that. I mean, I'm not just throwing my money away. It's I give you my money if I see potential. I give you my money if I see a smart goal, specific, measurable, actionable. Is it actionable? I don't know. Realistic, time bound, and all that. So I realized that I didn't contextualize my stories as well as the selector would like them to look like. So I mean it came from not reading widely on how to apply for these things. And also now in the third application, I made sure to look for articles. And I think I'll drop one in the chat of how to tell your story and make it stand out. So just in a nutshell, it's contextualizing things. I didn't contextualize things well in my first and second application. I also didn't start early enough. And then I also didn't have a firm cause that I was fighting for. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Linet. I mean, these are very reasonable points that resonate with some of us who have tried not only scholarships but also other opportunities as well. And what you said from not applying early enough, then you not having that time to think through the application process and the smart concept that helps you fine tune your applications. And one interesting thing that I've been able to learn is also reading widely on the topic or the issue that you intend to ensure that whoever is going to read your application will be able to know that this is what you want, this is what you intend to solve, and this is how you intend to solve. So to you, Bryan, was this your first were you a first timer in applying for the particular scholarship, or did you apply other scholarships before? And if you did, what were the, as I said, in quotes, mistakes that you might have had in your journey? And if it wasn't your first, then what are some of the tips that you believe that made you stand out in your application?
It's a very interesting question. Listening to Linet's story, it's sort of like, I don't know. Most of us, I won't lie. I know. I'll say this openly because I'm a realist in a way. Most of us want an escape from reality, and sometimes we look at scholarships as the escape. Times are hard, and you want something that sounds easy because you're looking for full funded scholarships, and you want something that does not ask you anything, just show up, study, go back. And I was there a few years while I was working. I would sit down, search for scholarships, through my CV there, apply for something. They would reach out and, would sit down and they would say, this scholarship is not fully funded. We're going to cover like 1 year of your tuition. And then second year and the third year, you have to pay your tuition fee, which is about $500,000 per year. And you'd sit down and look at yourself and you'd ask questions of, I don't know where the echo is coming from. When you'd sit down and ask yourself questions like, where am I getting $500,000 away from my country? I'm not working. I have nothing, and the idea sounds so good in that you can say, I'll find a way to make money and, pay my scholarship. And then that stops you in the steps because you're like, it's an unforeseen future. You don't know what could happen, and you're not really sure you have any means to actually raise the funds in the future. And that in itself brings me to the point of being very specific with what you're looking for. As Lynn mentioned in the SMART abbreviation, if you know exactly what you're looking for, it's easier for you to actually understand what to go for. This is a theory I learned from somewhere, and I would love to share it to everyone. If today someone asked you, how many red cars did you see as you're walking along out there? How many red cars did you notice? Or how many people did you see wearing a red jacket? High chances the answer will be, I don't know. I don't remember. But if I told you for every red jacket or a red car you see today, I'm going to give you like 1,000 shillings or $10. The minute you realize that that's an opportunity to make something, you probably go out there looking for that. You even sit down and just look for red cars. You just stand in a junction and you'll be like, I want to see how many red cars pass. So the point is, knowing exactly what you want and knowing what opportunity you're looking for becomes the biggest idea for you to start somewhere. Because then that means you've sat down with yourself and questioned who you are. Because for me, I would sit down and say, yes, it's a good place. It has good opportunities and everything. And you'd stop and in the tracks and see the qualifications that are required, and you'd say, what am I supposed to do? This something stops me in the tracks, and then you'd be like, am I doubting myself, or I am sure that I'm capable, I have the opportunity to do it? So then I did apply a couple. That was actually one of the limitations that kept coming in the way, the need for me to self-sustain myself at some point, or they would ask me to, contribute a percentage to my fees. And then I would sit down with my parents and I'd be like, I have been working, but then for me to raise this amount, the scholarship deadline would have ended and I would not have raised the amount. Is there a way we can raise it? And then they'll be like, well, I wouldn't lie. There's no way we are going to do this in that short period of time. And so you'd stop and say, maybe I'll try next year. But then in the process, it doesn't stop you from looking. So this wasn't the first time I've applied. And for all those successful moments where I was called and asked to do something as a qualification criteria, I actually feel because of maybe lack of. When I was talking to Pat during my application process, she told me such situations happen whereby funds are usually a problem for people because you get a scholarship that is not fully funded. It's like 75%, and the 25% in Kenyan money is a lot, not just a few shillings or 100,000 Kenyan shillings. It's like a lot. And you would sit down and ask yourself, how am I going to do this? But then there are people out there also, if you reach out to or some organizations that can help you to actually cover the deficit, just knowing people and talking about your problems to people, that's the most easiest way for you to get direction to who to talk to. And in that case, um, I would say if you are interested in looking for something out there, I believe the boundaries that come along your way only make you stronger because then you get to learn lessons from them more than become derailed in the plan. So being strong in your motivation and being strong in your objective and actually being like standing your ground as you're doing your objective helps you to have a clear pattern in what you're doing. In that, if there is someone would come in and say, like, I have a friend who told me, why are you applying to Hungary when there are applications to Canada that pay even your flight ticket? And I was like, dude, I already got the scholarship. Why are you changing my mind all of a sudden at the last minute for me to drop this and look for something I don't have at hand? Already, I know what I have, and this place gives me exactly what I want. So why are you changing my mind instead of being a support system at this point? And such occurrences happen, and that's why I said being standing your ground on what you really want can help you to meet the right people, and these right people can guide you in the best way possible to achieve that.
Oh, thank you, Matt. I am one of those people who I tend to start applications, and then in the middle of the applications, especially when they start asking, for example, for different documents, I'm like, oh no, no, I don't think I can be able to do this. Or even the essay questions, I can be able to answer some of those essay questions, and then I get tired along the way. I am those people, I have to admit. But then listening to you guys, I think it's human, but also it's lazy. And that's the truth. It's human and it's lazy. And I know I'm not alone in this. And things need to change along the way. Just putting the work, because the truth is, there are a lot of these scholarships are competitive, and there are a lot of people who are looking for scholarships. Also, I mean, uh, doing pursuing continuing with your higher education is expensive. I'm privileged enough to have been able to fund my own masters, but it wasn't a walk in the park. It was intense, intense, intense. And that meant a lot, sacrificing a lot. And so not everyone would is going to have that privilege like I did. But then, as I'm looking forward to doing my PhD, it's an expensive affair, and because I know what I want at the end of it, I think this is giving me motivation to be able to just get serious and do what is right. And so, to both of you, Linet,
What is seed? You must understand the nature of seed and
just a minute.
define it right.
Yes. Okay, you said that you needed guidance, and this is a question that I have for you. Did you have specific people that went through your applications, or you just used the online, whatever you found on YouTube or on different articles, or you had some mentors that held your hands as you're going through your application? And for someone who does not have such kind of a person, what do they do? What do they do in such cases? Do they look for people on LinkedIn and ask them, hey, can you go through this application even though they are strangers? How do they go about it? Especially when it comes to essaying the essays that I believe are key and that bring out the human parts in yourself. Lynette, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. So thank you so much for that question. So while I was applying for this third scholarship, I was so privileged to realize that I did it in community, in that there was a lot of resources like on YouTube and different people being interviewed on how the interview process is like, and how do you tell your story. A couple of people making webinars, and they're all there in YouTube. So if maybe you read an article, probably the next time you watch a webinar, then the other time you watch someone on Instagram, and all these things start making sense. And sometime you can connect the dots forward. So that was one thing I considered as a privilege. It was virtual, like that community um, was virtual at that particular point. But also I spoke to people who had applied and gotten the scholarship in like the previous year. So when I learned that the application window was open, I didn't shy off. Okay, initially I was very reserved. I was like, no, this is meant for specific people. There's no way I'm gonna get this. And then it's two Kenyans, then me, like how? So the first thing I was like, I'm not applying for this. But then I was like, what is the worst that can happen? I mean, what's the worst? And then gauging the reward that you would get from there, the probability. So I decided I'm going to apply, and so I looked for the previous person who had won, and that was Mwangi and Dorcas. So Mwangi and Dorcas were the other two Kenyans that had gotten the scholarship before me. And I shot them messages on LinkedIn. Again, as you reach out to people, make sure you're so objective. This is something that my friends complain a lot because sometimes I'm not usually able to draw the line between business and um like yeah, when it comes to friendship vibes. So I find myself still telling them you have to be objective, but that's what I learned, that if you want someone to engage you or you want their audience, you have to be very objective, especially if it's the first time, right? So tell them hello, and then tell them, don't wait for them to say hi or hi. People are so busy. You can just tell them what you want, and then from there, like they could reach out to you. And so that's what happened in my case. So they reached out and we chatted and talked. And yeah, I could say don't apply alone. Do it in community as well. And you are the best person to tell your story. As much as probably you talk to different people about different things, um you are the best. Don't lose your narrative. Yeah, and be sure to hear many people, like be sure to get as much information, like have a wide scope of information, but at the end of the day, just know that you are the best storyteller. So yeah, and then the first guidance is normally like the call to application, like get to understand the spirit of that scholarship really well, get to know the full gist of it. And then when you get that, make sure you weave your narrative in the lenses of the prompts that it provides. There is a whole lot of experiences you have as a person, but I could say focus on impact and depth of a breath. So no idea is a bad idea. Actually, when you have many ideas, it's the best thing because you'll jot them down all together and then see the ones that match with the values of the scholarship and all of that. And then from there, you can build on those. And in an essay, maybe aim for like telling 2 or 3 occasions. You don't have to tell everything because again, at some point, you might lose the thread. Like let there be a common thread. So the first go-to person is that call of application. Just get to understand everything.
Okay. To you, Matt, what are the resources that came through for you? What would you say helped you in acing your application?
Uh, well, as I mentioned earlier, first of all, what I want to acknowledge what Linet has said. It's really important applications. Just put yourself in the shoes of the person looking for
Am I the only one losing Matt, or everyone else? Are you guys hearing him? Linet, can you hear Matt?
No, I think we lost him for a minute.
Hello.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. So as I said, what Lynn said is a blueprint for what Linet has said is a blueprint for most applications. Just put yourself in the shoes of a selector, and put yourself as a person looking for people, and then decide how much you're going to need from those people to decide who you're going to pick. In that place, you then have to curate yourself into the person that you need, and then apply as that person to the selector. Now you see, most scholarships are very specific. Some years say, apply, there will be scholarships in this field, but it doesn't really specify what it's looking for. But for most scholarships are very specific. It's easy to tell what they actually look for. People think it's just about the application of, see if I meet the requirements and then do it. But then I was in an event early August, no, early September, and one of the things that I was talking to the attendees of the event was when they were asking questions, they were very intentional with the specifics of what you do, like the specifics of who you are. So personally, for me, I would say that I didn't have a very wide support system. I got my support system.
Have we lost him again?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Matt, can you hear us? Matt, we've lost you.
I don't know, something just happened and I
And also your audio is too low.
Is it better now? So, as I was saying, I got my help a bit into the process. I want to thank the person who referred me to the scholarship. The scholarship takes about 200 people from Kenya every year, and
I think we've lost Matt again. Yeah, as we try to find him back, maybe Linet, you can be able. I know you've mentioned some couple of a couple of tips, huh? And what advice would you give, especially when crafting personal statements or essays? Like, what are like the 5 things that you tell someone this is what you need to do, even though there are 10 or 3? What are those specific advices is that you can give to someone who's trying to ace their essays?
Okay. So yeah, thank you so much, Laureen. Let me see if I can find the 5 super tips. Anyway, so okay, for me the underlying maybe statement, like the statement that compounds it all is just give it your best. Anything that's worth doing, it's worth you giving it your best. And if you're faithful with the little, then you'll have much. So the first thing is use anecdotes like personal stories. So this is a story about you, and you are the only better person who can tell it better. So just sit down and critically think about what you want to be remembered for. And this could take the form of like engaging all the senses of the reader, because it doesn't matter how good you are if you can't tell the story and bargain your way to the interview, then it means you don't get what you deserve. So you have to be a good storyteller, even if you're not good with stories in the real world. In this one, you have to be a good storyteller. So tell personal stories, of course, with with knowing that in mind you have there's a set of objectives you have to achieve. What I mentioned earlier, like looking at the prompts of the scholarship. What is this? What is the selection criteria? And what does it look for? And now weave your story in the lens of that. The other thing is it's sort of tied to that. Show, don't tell. Like show it. Like maybe they're looking for someone who is a leader. They're looking for someone who's courageous, someone who's devoted to duty. Don't tell, show. So it goes to anecdote bit and quantify the impact of the things you did. And it doesn't have to be that maybe you stopped the war in Russia or Ukraine. It's just the small things of how you've influenced your community, the community of people around you. Contextualize it as much as you can. Use numbers, use time, yeah, like be realistic. That if you read that story, I don't want to say you can select yourself, but if like someone, the selector reads that story, will be like, I think I want to meet Laureen in person to hear more. Like there's more to this, right? So then the other thing you have to do is just be honest. Be honest when you're saying these things. Let me tell you something. You don't want to, like, let's say you're applying to maybe a very fast paced course and all, and then you're needed to be knowing ABCXYZ. And why they said you have to know this is because there is no room for training in that. And then you say you know, and then you get selected. So I think the stress that you would encounter will not be worth it. So just be honest and be authentic. Like it's that for me. Just be authentic. Be real. Be real, and don't underplay your achievements. That's like the last thing. Don't underplay your achievements. So maintain the balance of being confident but humble. Be humbly confident. Yeah. And so number one is tell. I mean, yeah, show, don't tell. Use personal stories, and then be honest. Number three, yeah. Then number four is what did you say? So number four is I forgot. So number four is be humble, be humbly confident. Yeah, and then the last one, you just have got to refine your things. It's like you these things are highly competitive, and you just want to give it your all and your best. And I can tell you, whether or not you get it, the process is worth it. Like the realization and the self-discovery journey, it's actually worth it. So go for it, apply, and just know that the worst thing that can happen is being rejected, which is for failing forward. But imagine of the reward if you do get it. So, yeah.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Linet. Thank you for sharing that. I'll just repeat what she has said, that of course you need to be a good storyteller, show, don't tell, quantify the impact that you have in your community and the influence that you have in your community. Ask yourself, what do you want to be remembered for? And make sure it shows in your essay, and be humbly confident. What about you, Matt? What are those things that you'd say? These ones, I believe, these would help you in standing out when you are crafting your applications.
Well, that's a very good. That's a very good. It's a very good thing to think about when doing your essays, and this is why you realize that most people who do these applications end up saying you have to do some searching within yourself. And in this searching within yourself, you probably end up having some objectives you really want to achieve. When you are doing your when you're doing your essay application, you you should have like an argument or a purpose, something that you're actually willing to, like you're looking forward to achieving. It could be, as she said, maybe she's in climate change and you want to really do an impact, like maybe on Wairimu, she's the role model and you really want to do something. And you have clearly had this, I don't know, awakening within yourself, and there are activities that you've done that show how much you've been dedicated to doing this. Most people out there who are applying, who are giving scholarships, do not just want any. They just okay. They just don't want anybody. They want particular person who is going to drive the objective they have or the objective they're willing to curate. So if you believe you're that person, and this is why I say if you believe, because nobody else can convince you otherwise. We can just say, oh no, Linet, oh Bryan, you are very good in leadership, you should apply for this. But then if you don't believe it, then you will never see it in yourself. And that changes the whole perspective of why you want to do this. So if you believe in something and you believe that you can actually do this, there would be a very strong conviction in your essay while you're writing, because then you're trying to showcase who you really are or what your intentions are in this situation, so that the other person can actually understand what you're trying to show them. As I said, this is not just about expressing myself, but it's expressing myself so that as a curator, I can understand what I'm looking for and I can see it in what you're doing. So a clear statement of your purpose and a clear statement of your arguments, like they have to be, don't, when I do my assignment, sometimes I read a sentence and I'm like, I could say it shorter and still have the same meaning. When you write your story, you can write even 10,000 words. I don't mind. But if the essay is required like about a particular number of characters, try to condense all these things to tell the story. As she said, you're writing down all the main points and then you sort of like condense them into a slightly concise version for someone to know, oh, I was a leader, I led this, and this. You don't have to say it was awesome, it experienced me this way. No. The person seeing it knows there's an achievement you had. Then during the interviews processes, that's when they'll ask you questions about, like, we see that you were a mentor for 6 years. Tell us about your mentees. And that's the point you now can shine and say ABCD. But then you're giving them topic sentences for them to actually see how much you've achieved in the number of characters you've been given. I'd also like to say that make sure that the flow within your essay is usually very specific. Like some essays are given, like some scholarships, like for mine, we were given a set of questions we are supposed to answer in that essay. If you're given that, then you need to be very intentional with answering those questions. And that means going back to learn about the country, the organization giving you the scholarship, and what their aim is, to actually be able to understand these questions. That way you can, like for me, they asked us like, why do you want to come to this country? Of all the places, why here? And then you have to now you've never seen the country, you've never been there, you've never you don't even know anyone from there, and you have to now start reading about the country, where it's located, some bits of its history, what its main attraction and tourist attraction sites, academic wise, how is their ranking in the global world, and you have to now answer these questions specifically to what they required you to do. So my key takeaways would be use clear language, be concise, and have a proper flow in your. Don't jump from 2 years ago to 5 years ago. Just have this is who I am in one paragraph or in brief, and then move to your academic achievements, your achievements in other things like, you know, then from there you have to push forward to why scholarship and what's your big objective with it and how much you're going to impact the whole globe or your country or community or wherever you're going. People have to see that you have a strong conviction. If you don't have it, you can't write it. Even if someone else was write it for you, they can feel the conviction is something. If I told, like right now as I'm speaking, like I know I am telling you something that I've already done. So nobody can come in and say you're lying because I've been there. I'm convicted that I did it. And so when I speak, it can be seen in other people or people can read it. So those are maybe the things, and probably have a strong, a structured and organized essay, because then it helps me to follow your path from the beginning to the end and just like a river just flow and the end, and I'm like, yeah, this is good. Those are the tips I can give.
All right. Thank you. I mean, I haven't heard you guys saying don't use chat GPT, or it's usually already mentioned in the in the instructions. Do not use any AI generate. Do not use any AIs. Is that a thing?
Should I go first?
Go ahead.
I'm a computer science student. I'm in machine learning and artificial intelligence. I wouldn't lie that it's a bit, how do you call it? Most people are replacing their actual selves and, allowing ChatGPT to be the main uh, applier. Like, write me an essay about, going to this and that. And as you see in advancements in ChatGPT, we can upload our information and tell that ChatGPT, using my information, do this. Remember from this information, do this. The thing is, I wouldn't lie that all of us at some point right now we are codependent on it, or we are almost becoming dependent on it. I would only say this: ChatGPT can give you an outline, and it can give you like something that the internet has already uploaded and something it's learning from. But as you read through that, I'm sure you can see some things the chat says and says, this is not. The best thing to do is not copy and paste. It's to read through, have a sample from chat, but then sit down and write your own. It's like Googling on YouTube how to write an essay, and you have to listen to someone for 2 hours and you write the same way they've asked you to write. You could say it's the same thing, but then when you're writing, you would go like, yes, they said this, but I don't have this, so what can I do instead? And in that process, using ChatGPT to curate a sample essay can help you know how best to express yourself and refine that into your liking according to the objectives of the scholarship.
Linet, you mentioned about authenticity. What do you think about it?
So I just want to reiterate what Matt has said. ChatGPT is a blessing. I don't imagine a world without ChatGPT. But again, you do most of the work. Maybe it's there as a tool to guide you. Maybe if you're trying to brainstorm how to bring two, if you're trying to brainstorm how to synchronize two of your experiences, or you're not sure how the two would tie to the essay or something, but know that you're the first ChatGPT. I mean, you're more intelligent than it is. So it's a good tool, but it's not the one writing your essay. Use it to brainstorm as you write.
Okay. Thank you guys for sharing your experience. I mean, this has been really, this has really been a good session, and we really appreciate your insight. So we're going to go to the question, the Q&A session, and I can see there's someone who asked whether it's possible to get a scholarship with a diploma. So based on your environment or based on your networks or even your own experiences, is it possible to get a scholarship with a diploma? Linet, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I think I want to probably second or concrete what Matt said earlier on. And I think someone has also noted it in the chat is there is a lot of opportunities out here, and it's for you to choose what you actually want. So I've not come across diploma, maybe scholarships. I mean, a scholarship that if you have a diploma, you could work your way around that. But I believe there could be. So it's just about seeking them out diligently, and don't feel like if something is not comfortable for you, or it's not within your means of reach, or you'll feel so stretched like trying to get into it, find something that actually works for you, and there's always something that will work at the end of the day. So what I would say is just keep the vision alive, and then look for whatever thing that would work easiest for you. And I want to give an experience with myself. Well, I was still in that season of seeking scholarships, and I would come across a certain set of scholarships that would tell me, you need this certificate to know that your degree from Kenya is legit and all and all. And then I'll be like, why do I need to do all this? Well, there's a scholarship I can find that doesn't cost me maybe to stretch financially, mentally, and all of that. So just be vigilant in seeking them out. But I'm sure if it's something that's close to you and you really want it, then there should be a way around that.
What about you, Matt?
Well, I don't know how we see it, but I think when I came here, I learned that diploma is what we call degree in our country. From where I am, when they say, "Do you have a diploma?" You don't feel like you've been abused, but it's like, "Do you have a degree, like a bachelor's degree?" And then, because even when they graduate, they don't. Bachelors don't get gowns. Only the master students and PhD students get gowns. So, but if it's in the context of Kenyan diploma, I think it's an opportunity you can qualify for your a bachelor's degree on most occasions. I don't think it's a problem. And as Linet has said, don't expect that this is what I tell people. Uh, okay, I said I'm a realist. Uh, you can't expect that the fact that I'm Bryan, I would walk into Laureen's company and say, I'm Bryan, give me a job. And maybe Laureen is looking for Linet. The thing is, I have to look where the opportunity is. I have to seek that opportunity where it's exactly, and then apply to that opportunity. You see, what stands out is I did uh, my high school certification, and I'm doing a diploma, which means, yes, I may not have, but I have. And in that case, the selector will see that you saw a need and you filled it first, and you're applying for this, and there's a possibility that you can get. You see, knowing this and the reason why you took the diploma is, as I said, this all starts from what your objective is and what you want to achieve. Because the question everyone asks you while you're here is, why did you come here? Why not another country? Why not another scholarship? And the answer that you give is usually on a daily basis your conviction to keep moving forward. Because when we get here, scholarships are not easy. Like for mine, you have to also find your own way of keeping up with, the inflation costs and everything. That means if you didn't have a conviction, you'll get to a point and say, oh, you know what, I'm going back home. And that's a wasted opportunity. So finding the right opportunity for you starts with knowing what you're really looking for. And in that process, even with a diploma, it's still a qualification that can get you into some particular scholarships and not others.
All right, and yeah, and also just to add to that, the way Lynette said, there are a lot of opportunities, and I have also seen opportunities for undergrad students. For example, if you're Kenyan and you have done a diploma in the Kenyan context, there are also opportunities for undergrad that really come through. And as Bryan has said, you have to put yourself, you have to, when someone reads the application that you're writing, you have to make sure that they're able to know you, and they're able to see why it's important for you to be part of whatever scholarship that they are providing. And also not forgetting that there are, we live in this digital era, and we have a lot of, especially if, for example, you're looking at LinkedIn, we have different websites, for example, opportunities for youth, opportunities for Africans, opportunity for Kenyans. Like, there are these websites that really provide scholarships that are available, some that are widely known, others that are not known too much. So depending on how you spend your time online, I believe the algorithm is gonna bring, things your way. If you really want a scholarship for a particular thing, if you really want to know more about this, the algorithm, trust me, it's gonna bring something your way, either in your Facebook or in Instagram or in your LinkedIn. There's always something that is going to be there. Also, someone has asked, how do I go about getting a recommendation letter that you can use for multiple scholarship applications or fellowship? Of course, recommendation letters are widely asked, either from employers or even or previous academic person. So how do one go about getting the letters? Or how did you guys go about getting your letters if they were needed?
So can I go first? Okay. So for me, I needed five. Um, I needed three character referees. Sorry, three academic referees and two character referees. And um, so the first thing was you have to reach out to them early, because again, they're also very busy people. And if anything, your request is the least of their worry. They already have a lot going on in their life. So you have to be very patient, and also keep checking in, keep reminding them. Mine were very helpful, and also how you select them matters. For instance, I made sure that, like, for my three academic referees, they spoke about something different. So if the first one spoke about my research project, then the other one maybe spoke about my class participation, and you have to let them know. You have to tell them what this means to you again. You have to tell them how, like, you are writing your narrative, what is that theme that you're working towards. So for me, I was so particular with them, and I told them I want to do research in this and this, and don't mind if you would describe how a certain research project ties to whatever I'm applying for. So be very particular and also be like very patient, but be sure to keep checking from time to time. And then there was something I was going to say, and then I forgot. Probably you could read me the last bit of the question.
Let me just go back to it. Okay, how do I go about getting a recommendation letter that you can use for multiple scholarship applications or fellowships?
Oh, thank you so much for that. So yeah, the thing is, most of these scholarship applications, there is no one size fits all. Like the same application you would do for maybe Erasmus, Mundus, that like you can't do it for maybe Chevnin or Commonwealth. That also means that there's a little bit of a hard work in asking for recommendations from back and forth, back and forth. So don't be shy. Just yeah, I know sometimes it's not easy, but be open with them having to write you multiple applications if you really want to ace the scholarship application, because again you don't want to have a very good application but then your references let you down and they are really considered, so you have to put as much work into that.
Oh, wow. That is good. What about you, Brian? How do you go about getting a recommendation letter that you can use for, or you can use for multiple scholarship applications or fellowships?
So first and foremost, recommendations come from people who've actually experienced our work or people who have experienced us. And that means that now I'll just run through a small scenario. I have been in school, I have been at a community event, I have been a participant somewhere. The whole concept of who I am has been seen all along with multiple people. Maybe I have not worked enough or not gotten a job. I'm fresh from campus. I just want to move into a scholarship directly. That lecturers in school, your recommendations, I don't know, your maybe church, someone can be a recommendation from there. It depends. What you've been doing in life prompts you to actually know who to go for the recommendation. And I don't mind having multiple recommendations. The problem is, as I said, everyone will express your story differently. I didn't say that. But as I'm saying, everyone can express your story differently. And if today you were to meet 5 of my friends and ask them to tell you about me, I usually tell my mentees, you can get 5 different stories from these 5 different people because probably they experienced a different part of my life. The beauty about this is you can have multiple recommendations, but then choose the best recommendation that fits the purpose. And if there's a need for fine tuning, I don't mind. No, there's no problem reaching out and asking someone to fine tune something. Because then this recommendation is going to determine uh, exactly if there are people who actually see the same thing you've talked about yourself in the essay. Because then it's like, I said this about myself. Is there a recommendation? Someone has really experienced this part of him, or someone has seen exactly the same thing. So, like you said, you're a mentor. Are there mentees we can reach out to? That could be a recommendation. One of your mentees can say, this is how I met him, this is how it's helped me, these are the results. And these things, don't think that it has to be someone in a higher, I don't know, someone in a very big position to recommend you. As a lecturer can be a recommendation, as simple as that. Someone who has worked with you closely, one of your church pastors, or someone you actually know from an organization where you worked, that can be a recommendation. So don't, first of all, explain to them what this means to you, and explain to them how important it is and what are the requirements for this project, no scholarship. And then that way, you can let them now decide. Some people don't know how to write recommendations as well. And so you have to understand that not everyone you reach out to also will give you exactly what you want, what you're looking for. And therefore, having multiple people write you recommendations can help you broaden your perspective to know which one exactly you're going to pick and use for a particular application. And as Linet said, don't be shy to ask over and over again for different projects and different scholarships. Those who will stand with you will see your pursuit in this, and they will always want to ask, what happened to the last one? And you'll be like, well, they said this, they said this. You'll be like, nah, let's try again. And those people will support you through the process if you're the right person for it. But if you're not, people will be like, we knew you wouldn't get in. So literally, the person you are has seen by people. And this is why I tell people right now, even if you're planning to apply for scholarships in the next 2 years, you have to start curating networks early enough, even from campus or even from the job you're going to attend, to present yourself someone worth to be recommended to someone else. Yeah.
Wow, thank you for sharing that. I think what I'm taking home is what I usually tell those who interact with me or my mentees: staying shameless. Sometimes, especially when it comes to reaching out to maybe your lecturers, for your previous lecturers, you feel like you're disturbing them, but then it's okay. Like, what would happen at the end of it? They're not going to eat you alive or anything. If they say no, that is okay. You reach out to someone else, and even reaching out to them early, and not getting tired to remind them or checking in with them to see if they have done that, and also explaining to them the theme that you're going to use in your application, and how they can be able to craft the recommendation that they are writing to you in a way that is going to ensure that your application all through is is clear, it's concise, and it makes sense. So thank you for sharing that. I don't know if there's any other question, but I believe I have exhausted the questions that I had seen in the comment section. So I want to, I believe we have come to the end of today's session, and I really want to appreciate your time. And I really want to appreciate your time. I really want to appreciate the information that our speakers have been able to share. I want to appreciate all of you for staying into this conversation. And I pray that we will be able to, the next year or the next time we have this conversation, some of our listeners will be part of those sharing insights, so that we can all grow and that we can build a community of young people, especially Africa, who are doing the best in the academics, to be able to, of course, support their countries and become change makers. So this has been a good session, one that I believe is going to enable us to do a SWOT analysis as individuals, to be able to know how to become storytellers, and also help us in networking and reaching out. So Linet and Matt, maybe you can share your parting shots, and we can be able to hand it over to Trish, and we can be able to end our session. So to Linet and Bryan, what is your parting shot?
Shall I go?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, thank you so much, Laureen and Trish, for having us here today. Like for having us share this, because I believe everyone is a potential candidate of receiving a scholarship. These things are not designed for specific people. Nobody is born to be a so and so scholar. So what I want to tell you is just be bold to take that first step. Don't wait for perfection. You'll find perfection at the end of the road, and stay consistent. Be have like consistent perseverance, and I don't think there's anything that will not make you lose your goal. I'm also a believer. I love the Lord Jesus as my personal savior, so he's my first place of support. So lean on support where you can find it. Yeah.
There's a question I've seen on the chat. I don't know if I should answer it, but then
Go
it's the
ahead
last
and
question that
answer.
just came in and I saw it. Well, let me see if I got the name right. Chomba, I think some scholarships, yes, ask for recommendations to be written directly to the people, the scholarship portals. And I think it's easier for the person recommending you to, you can just ask them to send you the recommendation just to confirm if it's up to par, just before they upload it. You see, this is why I said whoever you're asking to recommend you has to be someone who is willing to share your story as it is. And as I said, you ask the wrong person, you probably get a wrong recommendation. You ask the right person, you get the right recommendation. And that means you have to be very thorough with who you're actually going to for a recommendation. And make sure it's someone who actually knows your story, your ins and outs, and your objectives. Because then you can't go telling someone who has never seen you do something in life to write your recommendation and ask them to write it as you want it. Then that would be actually not, you know, how do I say it? You would be not cheating, but then you're just being, um, you are actually, in other words, you're the one writing your recommendation. The thing about scholarships is, and I would say this, the applications have people who are looking into them to decide who is the best candidate. Some of them have systems. And in this process, it's important that there is some truthfulness when you're doing it. That brings me to my parting shot, which is scholarships are journeys, which we have to take for those who are here to learn about them. It's a step away from the normal. There is no one manual for every scholarship. There are do's and don'ts, there are guidelines that people are giving us, and there are opportunities that we have to look for and we have to take, strongly to ourselves and do them. What I would ask is, it's a story you're telling to the world and to that particular organization or, I don't know, trust fund or something. Because this is about funding most of the time, where people want to put their money into some good use. And you're trying to convince them that you're that good use for that money. So when you're doing it, just tell your story uniquely, be organized, be detailed, express yourself without fear, do a lot of research and reading, and trust in who you're building, and that person you're building will express himself in the best way possible. Even if you have um, a problem with that expression, some people can help you express that version of yourself, but you have to be the one telling the story, not them. So believe in yourself as you're doing these applications, trust who you are, who you're building, and convey that message to whoever you want to read that story, and trust the process. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And so over to you, Trish. You can see you have a really interesting you have an interesting what should I call it? An interesting playlist. Tell us about it as we wind this up.
Thank you so much. First, please bear with my background. It's too loud. But if it's anything, I really want to thank you so much, Linet and Bryan. Your your words of wisdom were very nourishing. And to be frank, I've seen the same number stagnate, like no numbers have gone down. If it's anything, and people were really keen with asking, so they loved your stories, and that was the reason behind this, having genuine voices come to speak about what's happening in this field of scholarship applications and program, apart from you just getting all the pressures from LinkedIn and etc. So I really hope that you have gotten something at least. And but if you have any questions, just feel free to throw them in the WhatsApp group that we have. I really hope you guys know about the WhatsApp group, which is for accountability buddies, where we basically help each other. If you're stranded to just throw it like, hey, by the way, I don't understand what I'm doing, then somebody will be able to pick and just tell you that, chill, I'm also there, but this is how I've done it. And to you, Laureen, thank you so much for your kindness, and you're just amazing moderating. You made it as a storytelling session, and I just loved it. And you guys had this good chemistry in between, which honestly I did a first. So this is part two for the part one, and I was just telling myself, what did I just do? What the hell did I just do? You guys have just so much chemistry, and I love that. So I'm just gonna share the WhatsApp link right now for those who are not in the group. So let me just try to get a hold of it. Let's see who I shared with it last. Kindly just bear with me, darlings. And yeah, so here is the link. And about my playlist, honestly, it's just Spotify. And I'm going to play again that song as everybody leaves this session. And hold on. I don't know who's calling me, but never mind. So that's our WhatsApp group, and our song as we end this session, love it. It's called Hold on Love by Dan Balan. So thank you so much, and enjoy your evening or your morning or afternoon, wherever you are, and see you soon again. Please remember to share this opportunity to everybody else out there so that it's not just us who benefit from it. And thank you so much, darlings. That's it from us. Bye.
Bye bye.
My cry is humankind. I bear it all. Change my world. It sleeps more than often. It sleeps more than often. Free my hidden left. Free the wild man. All the love, all the love is there. Love is there. All the love is there. And hold, all the love, all the love is there. Love is there. All the love is there. Blindfold eyes, my sins are raw. Now and before, all night, my instincts fight these deepest wrong. Divided war. It sleeps more than often. It sleeps more than often. Free my hidden left. Free the wild man. And hold, all the love is there.
Okay, guys, and Vanessa, I think that's it now. So I'm just gonna close the room for everybody. But thank you so much for joining, and bye for now. Enjoy your time.